Even today in the press box, folks were talking about how dominant Cole Hamels was in last night's ball game. Electric was what people talked about. He had 9 strikeouts. Now, the first few innings, all he threw were fastballs, and then he was able to uncork the changeup. Kenny Giles took over after that. He picked up a couple strikeouts, got some help from his catcher, Cameron Rupp, as well. And then this was amazing. For the second time in Jonathan Papelbon's career, a 5-pitch save as he gets Justin Upton to jam one out to shortstop, and the Phils had taken game 2 of this 3-game series. So now they go after the series victory here this afternoon. It is an unseasonably cool day here in Atlanta, Georgia. It's the Phils and the Braves. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs, who likes to talk pitching. Just ask him. Well, we're going to talk some more pitching today. Kyle Kendrick will take the baseball for the Phillies, and Kendrick has been stunningly ineffective in the first inning of games this year.
It really has, and we sit up here and we try to figure out why. And I don't know if he's trying to be too fine with the pitches. He's kind of pitching away from contact. You can see from last year to the All-Star break to this year to the All-Star break, numbers are pretty much the same, but just imagine if he could get that first inning ERA down from 11.37 down in the 3 range. Those numbers, the win record, 4-9, would probably be about 11-6, 11-5. He's just a guy that goes out in his last start against Washington. He had the ball down in the zone, but Span hits a base at the right field here. You know, and it was a pitch down the zone, but didn't have a whole lot on it. Another pitch down to Rendon, base at the left field. But this is the pitch here coming up to Jason Worth. The curveball, boom, all of a sudden he hits a home run to left field. 9 pitches into the game, he's down 3-0.
Yeah, and then he settled in. In fact, he retired 13 consecutive hitters at one point. But the Phillies still wound up losing that ball game big to the Nationals. Well, the Phillies will face a guy that they have seen before here this afternoon in left-hander Alex Wood, a kid out of the University of Georgia. A little quirky motion as he comes to the plates.
Yeah, he does. He hides the ball well. He stands on the third base side. So to me what it means is that he can throw inside to right-handers very well. He has a nice changeup, a big curveball. When he does extremely well is when he gets ahead in the count. When he gets behind the count, he's very hittable. But he does have the funky delivery. The first time around, guys will take really weird swings. He's up in the zone once in a while, but with that delivery, he has a lot of hitters out in front and hitting a lot of weak ground balls.
Well, he's been a mixture of a relief pitcher and a starter this year. This season as a starter, this will be his 12th outing. He's 3-6 with an ERA of 3.07. One thing that the Braves really like is the fact that he's been stretched out to the point where he's averaging over 6 innings per outing. And with their bullpen, that's a pretty good number. So it is the final game of this 3-game series, the Phils and the Atlanta Braves. Jimmy Rollins last night, well, he was the difference for the Phils. That 2-run home run was huge for the Phils. He's back out there today. We'll get to the lineups at first pitch when we return. Well, back here at Turner Field, the Phils, yes, and the Braves wrapping up this 3-game series. We'll see if they can get along as the game moves on. Alex Wood is warming up. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off at center field, Grady Sizemore. Jimmy Rollins, the shortstop, will bat second. Chase Utley hits third, followed by Marlon Byrd and Dominic Brown. John Mayberry's over at first base today. He'll bat sixth in the bottom third of Ashe Coy Hill and Kyle Kendrick. And they will face left-hander Alex Wood. Young man out of the University of Georgia, 6-7 on the year, an ERA of 3.36. Say the same thing now as we said last week when the Phillies and the Braves faced each other. This guy is tough to pick up at times, and he has become a strikeout pitcher. 82 strikeouts and 85 2/3 innings of work.
Well, he has that little funky delivery, and he hides the ball really well. Has an easy job throwing inside to right-handers because he stands on the third base side. And the scouting report is 89 to 92 mile-an-hour fastball, curve change, but does not have a lot of success in day games. He's 1-4 with a 3.32 ERA.
I always find that statistic interesting. You know, Kyle Kendrick has issues, day games, night games. I always find that interesting to figure out why. There's so many things from a landscape standpoint that you try to figure out why with pitchers, including Kendrick's struggles in the first inning. Here's Grady Sizemore to lead it off, and Sizemore takes low, so we're underway, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Sizemore starting again today. He's hit it 5 straight since coming up from the minor leagues. Overall hitting .400 for the Phils. And hitting .234, counting his numbers. With the Boston Red Sox. 1 ball, 1 strike to Sizemore. Sizemore pulls it to the right side, and it leaks it to right field, a base hit. So he's aboard again. That's 6 straight games. A leadoff single that'll bring Jimmy Rollins to the plate. Well, that is now the 6th hit in 9 at-bats in this series for Grady Sizemore.
Well, the nice thing about Grady is he stays with the ball. He doesn't pull off too much. If it's a curveball, he keeps his hands back. Even if his body's out in front a little bit, his hands always stay back in the hitting zone, and that's why he puts the barrel on the bat. Usually almost every time. So
in that case, he was probably a little out front, but hands were back.
Exactly. Out in front, but his hands stayed back and allowed him to get through the zone.
Well, now Rollins 0 for 11 against Alex Wood. Homered in last night's ball game. And he got a pretty good swing on that one. He fouls it back. It's 0-1. There's this home run last night.
And he had a big grin when he got back to the dugout because the 2 previous at-bats he hit missiles to right field right at Howard. This time he got a little underneath it and hit a 2-run home run.
So he's behind, no balls and 1 strike. 1 for 7 in this series. That one was the home run. Curveball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Ava Bariana of Philadelphia. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game. Then Ava will win $100. Gave out $300 last night to Jimmy Uchi. Breaking ball outside. It's 2-1. Rollins has not gotten that many at-bats right-handed over the last several weeks. He talked about that the other day. And he fouls it back. It's 2-2. I think as a switch hitter, you probably go through spurts where you'll see more left-handed at-bats than right-handed at-bats, but you go through spurts where it's kind of a drought batting right-handed. You may get one every couple of games.
Yeah, and with Jimmy being a natural right-handed hitter, he feels a lot more comfortable when he does not get a lot of at-bats compared to if he sits for a while versus versus right-handers and doesn't hit left-handed.
If you didn't know Jimmy Rollins, if you didn't know his history, you'd look at his swings, and I think you'd say, well, he probably is a natural left-handed batter just because we see him so much from the left side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the first. Swing and a miss. And then 1 away here in the first. Time now for our Geico quote of the day, and it's Alex Wood on his approach. I definitely am not afraid to go at somebody. I throw a lot of fastballs, and I like to make people earn what they get off me. Whatever they earn, that's good for them. More times than not, I'm going to go right at you. Well, Matt, you were going over some numbers, and although, in his mind, he probably thinks he's aggressive and goes after hitters, statistically, that is not necessarily the case.
No, he mixes it up. I mean, he throws a lot of fastballs, but he also uses his second and third pitch a lot as well.
Here's Chase Utley, and Utley takes off the outside corner, 1-0. One ball, no strikes to Utley. Utley 1 for 8 in the series. His one hit was a double. And he pops it up left side. Out into shallow left field is Simmons, the shortstop. Makes the catch. There are 2 outs. Well, Murph, what about this pitch usage from Alex Wood?
Well, Tom, when you see a quote like that, like our Geico quote you just read, it makes you wonder what he's doing in terms of using his pitches to warrant a quote like that. So we took a look at it. 61% of his pitches are fastballs, which basically is just slightly above the league average, about 60% league average. 22% is a curveball, 17% changeup. So, he says he's going right after guys, but I would think, Matt, that the guy that says that is throwing a lot more fastballs than just the league average at 60%. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. Last night performance by Cole Hamels is going after hitters, throwing probably 84, 85% fastballs. What Alex Wood does is he basically does what majority of starters do, 60, 61% of the fastballs, and the rest is his second and third pitch.
Yeah, Hamels last night kind of went against the grain for him, but he had such a good fastball. I mean, we weren't joking. People were still talking about it today, just saying how electric he was last night. 9 strikeouts and 7 innings of work. Well, it's starting to rain here in Atlanta. They did expect that there would be some showers popping up. So folks are starting to put their ponchos on and pop the umbrellas up. 1 ball, 1 strike to Marlon Byrd. Outside, 2-1. We said it's unseasonably cool. When we arrived at the ballpark today, it was 69 degrees. For most of the series, the temperature's been in the 70s. In the 70s right now as we speak. Got a play off to the right. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd. Marlon's 2 for 7 in the series. His 2 hits came in yesterday's ball game. Foul ball. It remains 2-2. Well, if anything, the Phillies in the first couple of innings of games have made the Braves pitchers work somewhat. It didn't seem to matter a whole lot in the first 2 games. Harang won 6 innings yesterday and didn't allow any runs. Irvin Santana won 6 innings in game 1. He allowed 3 earned runs, but his team had put 6 up on the board. Out towards center field, playable for B.J. Upton. And Upton dancing through the raindrops, makes the catch. Side is retired. So a 17-pitch first inning for Alex Wood. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Middle of the first, Kyle Kendrick will go to work when we come back. Dallas' starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. It's B.J. Upton, Simmons, and Freeman 1, 2, and 3. Then Justin Upton bats cleanup. Jason Hayward will hit 5th. Chris Johnson 6th. In the bottom third of LaStella Laird and Alex Wood. And they'll face Phillies right-hander Kyle Kendrick. All right, the storyline on Kendrick is overall numbers 4-9 with an ERA of 4.62. But, Matt, the big storyline is the number of runs he's allowing in the first inning. It's a topic every single day we talk about Kyle Kendrick.
Well, it seems like every time he starts, that's what we're talking about. And we really should, because it's a storyline every time. And you see the scouting report, 88-91, changeup sinker. But he has very good numbers versus the Atlanta Braves, 8-3 with a 3.32 ERA.
B.J. Upton to lead it off, and Upton swings at the first pitch, a ground ball to shortstop. And there's one away, so one pitch, one set aside. Well, Kyle Kendrick taking the mound brings us to our Nissan keys to the game.
Well, I went out on a limb today, and number 1 and number 2 were going to be the exact same. Goose egg in the first inning. I can't beat around the bush. That's what we want. We want a 0 to have him some confidence going into the second and later in the game.
Well, we did watch. He did do some things a little differently before today's ball game to hopefully rectify the issue. The issue also includes 7 home runs in the first inning of games. Matt, he was out throwing in the pen before Alex Wood even went out to stretch today.
I mean, maybe he felt he was coming into the game. He was too strong. It's amazing what players will do to change their luck. And he figured if he wanted to go out and maybe start the game a little tired, so be it. Maybe he's going to get more movement on his ball. Maybe his sinker wasn't sinking because he was too strong. Whatever it is, let's hope it works.
Well, we mentioned he's allowed 24 earned runs, 26 overall in the first inning of games this year. The record is 41 runs allowed in the first inning of games throughout a season. It's just a little low, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Simmons overall hitting .262, but he's hitting .323 in his last 16 games. Fly ball right field. It's not deep. Playable for Bird. Yeah, there are 2 outs. Well, let's take a look at today's current weather conditions, brought to you by Oliver Heating and Cooling. Visit oliverheatcool.com. 71 degrees, cloudy and rainy. Yeah, it is raining. It's raining pretty hard actually right now. The head groundskeeper here at Turner Field went out and talked to Jerry Davis, who's the home plate umpire and the crew chief. And I don't know if he told him that there would be this spurt, but I think this is the hardest it's rained, and it has rained all 3 days. Freddie Freeman is ahead, 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Freeman is 0 for his last 12 and 0 for 7 in this series. Ball and 2 strikes. Phillies have the 3-man overshift on with Freeman. He's one of the main players that they utilize this defensive alignment. Ground ball, foul. Surprised Freeman didn't ask for time. Kendrick and Coy Hill we're trying to get on the same page. There was a long delay in between pitches. You would have called time, Matt.
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
All right, back when you first started playing, you would have called time.
Yes.
Change up, 2-2. Opposition's hitting .382 against Kendrick in the first inning of games. They've hit 7 home runs. Freeman fouls it back. I think we keep talking about those statistics because we marvel at them. You know, just as we marvel at some of the positive numbers that players put up, you also marvel at some of these spurts that players get into in a negative way. To the right side, Utley is there. He gobbles it up, and how about this? A 1-2-3 first inning for Kyle Kendrick. There's your goose egg, Matt. You're done for the day. Your key to the game is already on the board. 12 pitches for Kendrick. We'll go to the second in a scoreless ball game. On the San Francisco Giants, it's a 4-game series. The Giants are playing right now against the Marlins, and they'll head north to Philadelphia. The series wraps up on Thursday. It's a 105 Citizens Bank Business Person Special, and Modell's Kids Run the Bases following the game. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. And Matt, how about this? Casey McGee's hit a home run for the Marlins. They lead it 2-0.
What's that? His second one already of the year?
Number 2.
He's got 2 already.
2 home runs. Dominic Brown will lead it off. It's on pace for 4.
4 home runs and 165 singles.
And more than 100 RBIs.
I would take it.
Dominic Brown is 2 for 4 in this series so far. He's hit well against the Braves this season, hitting .333 against them with 4 RBIs. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Last 3 games for Alex Wood, 0-1 with an ERA of 4.42. He began the season in the Braves bullpen, and then at one point they decided to send him down to AAA and stretch him out. That one's looped out towards shallow left, playable for Simmons. A lot of folks thought that Wood would be stretched out from the beginning with the starting pitching issues the Braves had in spring training. They elected to start him out of the pen. They've been pretty happy with what he's done since he came back from AAA. There's Aaron Harang, who started last night. Outside to John Mayberry. Mayberry hasn't had an at-bat in a game since the 13th of July. He hadn't started a game since the 6th of July. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, that's the problem when you're facing teams that are all right-handed dominant pitchers who were starters, and your closers are right-handers. Doesn't give you a chance. Dominic Brown was sick for a while, and he didn't play a whole lot, so he was the #1 guy off the bench towards the end of the game as well.
I guess that's why we haven't seen Jimmy Rollins bat a whole lot right-handed, because they have faced so many right-handers. There's Ryan Howard, who gets today off. His numbers against lefties just .216, although his numbers overall aren't too far off that. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Mayberry. In the air to left field. That's pretty well hit. Upton going back toward the track, toward the wall. He jumps. It is gone. A home run for John Mayberry. A solo shot. And the Phillies take an early lead. It's 1-0 Philadelphia. Oh, Mayberry starting for Ryan Howard today, and it pays off. Home run number 6 for Mayberry. And it makes a winner out of Ava Bariana of Philadelphia at our McDonald's home run jackpot. She's won $100.
It's like a changeup, supposed to be away, and it came back over the middle of the plate. And good for Mayberry. He hasn't had a whole lot of playing time lately, and gets an opportunity and jumps all over it. His first at bat hitting a home run.
Well, that's the 10th home run allowed by Alex Wood this year. And now Cody Ashe takes a strike. It's 0-1. 0-2. Mayberry, during this stretch of time where he hasn't played a whole lot, as Ashe goes down on strikes. Like everybody else, he's been taking some extra batting practice, things like that. Prior to that, he had been 1 for his previous 10. But again, it's over the course of
a month
almost. No, it's about 2 weeks, but it's a long period of time. Here's Coy Hill making the start behind the plate. Phillies' other catchers, the 2 catchers, Will Nieves and Carlos Ruiz, both had hits in their rehab starts yesterday. Pretty good chance that both will be back this week. During the 2014 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream, sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. In the dirt, 2-2. Got to play again off to the right. Off the hands, a bloop over the head of Freddie Freeman, and it's a right field of base hit. A 2-out single for Coy Hill. And it brings Kyle Kendrick to the plate.
That's a ball right there you hit, and you're smiling the whole way to first base because you could not place it any better.
There's probably one of his teammates or one of his coaches that'll walk up and say, that's a grown man that hit that ball. The way Freeman reacted initially, I thought he was going to catch it, and then his later reaction was, oh man. All right, so Kendrick's up, 2 outs, 1 run in. Kyle takes a strike. It's 0-1. One ball, 1 strike. Kendrick overall hitting .079. He's a career 126 hitter. Ground ball to the right side, and Listella has it, flips to second, and the side is retired. Phillies do get a run though on the solo home run by John Mayberry. For Mayberry, his 6th of the year, so they take the early lead, which they have had at Petson here at Sherman Field this season. It's 1-0 Phillies. Sports when you're on the go. Be the first to know breaking news on all your Philly teams right from your smartphone. Download the free CSN Philly Sports app today. Now we'll go to the bottom of the second inning along with Matt Stairs and Greg Murphy on a cloudy, rainy day here in Atlanta. John Mayberry has given the Phils a 1-0 lead on a solo home run. Phillies fans who live in the Atlanta area who have gotten a chance to watch them play here at Turner Field in 2014 have watched the win 4 of the 5 games so far. That's not too shabby. With a chance to win the series today and take 5 of the first 6.
Now if we can just figure out how to play them at home.
It's an excellent point. And everybody else for that matter.
Yeah, good point.
Phillies will have 4 against the Giants and then 3 against the Diamondbacks on this upcoming homestand. Here's Justin Upton. Upton is 2 for 8 in the series. That one's hit well out to right field. On the run is Bird. Back to the track. He reaches up. It's off his glove. And Upton's on his way to second, and he'll stop there. That should be an E9. It was certainly a catchable ball for Marlon Bird. I just don't know if he read it properly as it came out to him.
Well, his initial jump on the ball was tremendous, and he had the proper angle. This looks like he leaped right here and just didn't leap high enough on the end of his glove.
Yeah, that should be an E9. Off his glove. Oh, they've scored it a double. They've scored that a double. Well, Matt, that's what they would call a little home cooking right there. You're right about his jump, because his jump was excellent.
Yep.
To get to the spot, it's pretty deep out there. Here's Hayward. Hayward is 2 for 6 in the series. His 8-game hitting streak ended yesterday. Ground ball left side. Rollins has it. He has to hurry his throw in time. A lot of positives on that. First of all, that Hayward swung at the first pitch. Second of all, that Upton stayed at second, which he probably should have.
Yeah, too.
And the fact that Rollins was able to make that long throw and get him because he was shaded toward the middle.
Yeah. Bang, bang. I mean, it was like you said, he was playing him more to pull, but you got to be very happy with the guy going out there and hitting a weak ground ball to shortstop and not doing his job of getting the runner from second to third.
So with 1 out, Chris Johnson's the batter. Johnson hitting .280 this year with 6 home runs, 37 runs batted in. He is 7 for 20 against Kyle Kendrick.
And even though that ball was hit not very hard to short to Jimmy, you're taught as the base runner with your secondary lead, any ball hit right at you or to your left is when you advance to third base. Anything else you freeze and go back.
Out toward left center. That's well hit. On the run is Sizemore out toward the track. It is gone. A 2-run home run for Chris Johnson, and the Braves take the lead. Seven home runs for Chris Johnson. That's his 8th hit against Kyle Kendrick.
It's a 2-seamer inside. I mean, it was in, but it wasn't down enough. Chris Johnson's been swinging the bat well. Chicago hit some home runs to straightaway center, and same type of approach. Big, strong kid hits the ball to center field for a home run.
Yeah, we talked about his success against lefties and his lack thereof against righties. But he certainly had no issues right there. Now Tommy LaStella is the batter. And LaStella takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. LaStella hitting .292. No homers and 18 RBIs. 5 of the last 7 hits for the Braves are extra base hits in this series, including the quote-unquote double in this inning and the home run by Chris Johnson. Breaking ball, and it's 2-2. Stays alive and serves that one over the Phillies dugout. Well, it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Off the hands on one hop out to Utley. There are 2 outs. And here's Gerald Laird. Gerald Laird has not played in this series so far. Bethancourt caught the first 2 games. The outside corner, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Well, Matt, you opened up the door for this thought last time the Braves and the Phillies faced each other, that you said Gerald Laird is an excellent bunter. And we saw that in that series. He bunted 1 time for a hit, and statistically he's the leader for position players on the Braves in bunt hits the last couple of years. He's also one of the leaders in baseball. Maybe a dying art, but it's not for him.
And it shouldn't be. If a base hit's a base hit, right?
Yes.
When he was in Texas, he did the same thing. Everywhere he goes, he's going to ambush a third baseman with a bunt in any situation.
Whacked out toward the middle, a base hit for Laird. That was a hanging curveball. And it's the 3rd hit of the inning, allowed by Kyle Kendrick, and that'll bring Alex Wood, the pitcher, to the plate. Rain is all but stopped here in Atlanta. Fastball in there. It's 0-1.
It's a nice slider right there at 83 miles an hour. Kendrick hasn't topped. He hasn't thrown a pitch over 88 miles an hour yet.
One hits the lip of the front of the grass, takes a big hop out to Rollins, and the side is retired. 3 hits in the inning for the Braves, including Chris Johnson's 2-run blast to center field. That's given Atlanta a 1-run lead, so it's 2-1 Atlanta. We'll go to the 3rd. At the top of the order is due up for the Phillies. Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, Matt, can you name the only other Atlanta Brave National League ERA champion besides Phil Niekro and Greg Maddux? You said you were researching a lot yesterday about the history of the Atlanta Braves. That's how you knew who Kent Mercker was as far as the no-hitter goes. Let's see what that steel trap of yours can produce with this one. I will tell you that this gentleman, when I was a kid, there were certain baseball cards that I got a lot of, it just seemed. And Biff Pocoroba was one, and this guy was another. Just seemed to get a lot of his baseball cards.
That's a big hint, Tom.
Well, it's giving you the era.
Yeah, a while
back
ago.
In the 70s. It is a while ago, yes. 70s and early 80s. Greg Maddux, of course, will go into the Hall of Fame. Well, with Tom Glavine, who is here today, as well as Bobby Cox, Joe Torre, Tony La Russa, Frank Thomas. Grady Sizemore will lead it off. He singled his first time up against Alex Wood. It's no balls and one strike. Sizemore hitting .429 in a Phil's uniform, hitting over .360 against the Braves this year. Or I should say during his career, over .440 on the season. The line drive caught by Chris Johnson over third, one away here in third. And that'll bring Jimmy Rollins to the plate. Rollins was a strikeout victim his last time up. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Chris Johnson's playing way back behind the third base bag. If Rollins could have dragged that ball up the third base line. Ball and one strike as that one comes in.
And even if you don't bunt and if you fake the bunt, at least now the third baseman moves in and his range is shut down quite a bit at third base now.
Simmons takes care of Rollins, and there are two outs. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate. Well, next Friday, the Phillies will take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's a 3-game series. And on Saturday, W.B. Mason collectible truck free to fans 14 and under. There's the truck right there. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Two quick outs. Chase Utley's coming up. Utley 1 for 9 now in the series. 0-1. It's one of the first curveballs we've seen him throw.
Yeah, I believe Sizemore get a hit in the first inning with the curveball. But you're right, it's about 2 or 3 curveballs he's thrown.
And Utley went around, so quick inning for Alex Wood. He's retired 4 straight, gets the side in order for the first time. Middle of the third. We'll be back after this. University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF now for an appointment. By the Pennsylvania Lottery benefits older Pennsylvanians every day. And by the Quality Plus Ford store. Go further. Home half of the third, each team with 3 hits so far, but the Braves have a 2-1 lead. Their home run was a 2-run shot. The Phillies' home run was a solo shot. And B.J. Upton will lead it off. Upton grounded out on the first pitch he saw from Kyle Kendrick, who worked a 1-2-3 first inning, but then allowed the 2 runs in the second. Upton with 119 strikeouts, which is tops in the National League. 0-2.
Okay, and here's with those amount of strikeouts, 42% of his strikeouts are looking. That's either totally guessing wrong or just getting fooled an awful lot.
Outside, 1-2. Yeah, the thought was putting him in the leadoff spot. Well, A, because they didn't feel like they had anybody aside from Hayward, and they wanted Hayward in the middle of the lineup. But they thought maybe he'd see some more fastballs, and he wouldn't strike out as much. I guess there's some. Yeah, it does make some sense.
Well, if that's the case, then put him in the 2 hole and let Freddie Freeman hit behind him.
That was the other thought, was having Simmons, who's batting second, bat leadoff, and maybe put Upton in the 2 hole. Then I think you run the risk of having your 2 hole hitter, if let's say your leadoff hitter gets on and gets up, gets to second base, that he strikes out too much.
That might change his swing, though. You never know. His approach might change.
Outside, ball 4. Well, after being ahead 0-2, Kendrick loses Upton, so he's aboard. A leadoff walk. It's the first walk of the game. Simmons is coming up. Well, Murph, little individual history last night for Jonathan Papelbon.
Yeah, Tom, we've talked so much about how good Cole Hamels was last night, and he was. But how about the bullpen? Kenny Giles comes in the 8th and does a nice job. Then Jonathan Papelbon comes in the 9th inning and gets his 23rd save and throws only 5 pitches to do that. Take a look at that. It has happened this year, 5 pitches or less by a closer. In fact, the last 5 you see right there, Joe Smith, Neshek has done it, Rondon has done it, Rodriguez as well. Papelbon the latest to do it. But in all his career, if you think back how many saves that Jonathan Papelbon has in his career and how good he has been, he's only ever done that one other time. That was back in 2008, June of 2008, when he was a member of the Boston Red Sox. So a heck of an effort last night for Jonathan Papelbon.
It was kind of surprising. I think we were all surprised. It was a good surprise that he was able to get through the inning with just 5 pitches. I think we were all surprised, though, that the Braves were swinging so early against him. But he threw strikes. I think I'm surprised that there have been that many, and there's more than the 5.
Yeah.
That there have been that many closers this year that have 5 pitch or less innings.
Yeah, I half expected when we were looking at that not to see any this year, but there have been quite a few. So I don't know if that points to real good closing in Major League Baseball or some anxious hitters in the 9th inning.
That ball gets away from Mayberry, and Upton will get to second base. Rollins smothers it. That's going to be the first error for the Phillies in the last 78 innings. It's their first error since the 7th of July. Now that's probably going to be an E3, which would be Mayberry's first error of the season.
Yeah, he just tried to tag before he caught the ball.
Phillies are 3rd in the league in fielding percentage. So July 7th was their last error against the Milwaukee Brewers. Ground ball to the middle. Over to 3rd goes Upton. Over to 1st goes Rollins. 1 out. Runner at 3rd. They have officially scored that in E3, which is the right scoring. So now Upton's over at third. Freddie Freeman is the batter. Phillies play the infield in. That one just missed hitting Freeman. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan Sandberg rolling the dice here. You've got a hitter who's 0 for his last 13. I don't think this is a bad idea at all to play the infield in, even though it's early in the game.
Well, when your offense struggles to score runs on a consistent basis, you got a man on third base with 1 out. Why not bring the infield in? Hits a lot of ground balls.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Freeman. Boy, if you can bury him here and get him out, changes the entire complexion of this inning. Even with Upton on deck, who doubled his last time up. Oh, he hit him. That's the 6th batter that Kendrick has hit this year. I think he tried to throw that same pitch that Freeman just swung over top of, and he just got it in too much, so that'll put runners on first and third. All right, so now the Phillies will set up to try to turn 2 and get out of this inning. They have first and third with 1 man down. The Braves do. And Upton, who doubled the opposite way his last time up, will bat with his brother at third and Freddie Freeman at first. Curveball hit foul. And it's 0-1. Justin Upton is the Braves leader in RBIs with 55. And he hits him also. And now the bases are loaded. Well, this is very unlike Kyle Kendrick. I don't know if that ball slipped out of his hand or what.
He's just trying to throw a inside sinker to get him to roll over, and just kind of gets away from him right here. You can see he's trying to pitch the last 2 hitters in hard with a cutter and a sinker. 2 big guys like to get their arms extended, and both pitches just got away a little bit.
Well, now they're going to align the defense to try to turn 2. They're going to have Mayberry play behind Justin Upton at first with Hayward up. Hayward grounded out to shortstop his last time up. Hitting under 200 for his career with the bases loaded. Inside 1-0. He threw him a cutter that dipped inside. Inside again, 2 balls and no strikes. Kind of lost command of that cutter.
Seems like he's trying to be too fine. He's trying to start it inside and trying to get it off the plate, where start it inner half and let it do itself its work instead of forcing it in there.
10 balls in this inning for Kendrick. Make it 11. It's going to sound strange, but I think they're going to have to get somebody up. I mean, otherwise, there's a chance this game is going to be busted open here in the 3rd. Chris Johnson's on deck. You saw the base runners around the diamonds. 3 balls and no strikes. And he walked him. That forces it a run, so he's hit 2 batters and he's walked a batter in this inning. It's 3-1. Braves on top. Bob McClure is going to come out. That may be just to buy some time. They may get Manship up out in the bullpen. I just don't think they can afford to allow this one to get too far away. It's only a 2-run deficit right now. Do you agree with that?
No, and I do. And it's Johnson's coming up to hit. He's been swinging the bat well, and you can tell he's kind of forcing it up there instead of just throwing it. He's aiming it. And that's what happens when guys get in trouble. Is they start thinking, okay, I have to hit my spot. I'm going to aim it instead of, like Jamie says, throw it through the glove.
Well, conversation's over. Now the bases are loaded for Chris Johnson. This is what he did his last time up.
He got a fastball inner half and tucked his hands in and drove the ball to center field for a 2-run home run.
Phillies again set up to try to turn 2. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Yeah, the splits in this inning are just unlike what Kyle would normally have. 13 balls, 7 strikes. 21st pitch of the inning. And a foul ball, and it's 1-1.
But the good thing about it is that he's 1 good pitch away from getting a double play ball and getting out of the inning.
There is Manship starting to throw in the pen. And a line drive out to right field. Here comes Bird. He makes the catch. Tagging from 3rd is Freeman. The throw will get to the plate. Freeman will hold up at 3rd. So there are 2 outs with the bases loaded.
Well, he had a ball up in the zone. Good swing, drove it hard. And luckily for the Phillies that it was right at Marlon Byrd, who had momentum coming in and made a strong throw. But Freddie Freeman kind of took a couple jab steps down the line, then realized how to go back and tag up.
Now, he did eventually get back. Do you think he would have tried to score if he had been back on the bag?
I don't think so, especially when Marlon Byrd's coming in with momentum.
La Stella takes a change up. It's 0-1. La Stella last time grounded out to Chase at second base, so he's 0 for 1. Missed outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So do you think La Stella likes hitting with the bases loaded? 6 at bats, 5 hits, hitting .833.
Says a lot for how cool he stays under pressure. 25th pitch of the inning coming right here. Cutter on the outside corner, 1-2. Good job by Coy Hill to block that one. And it's even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Freeman, Upton, and Hayward. Those are the base runners. Third 3-ball count of this inning alone for Kyle Kendrick. Runners will be off on this pitch. And a fly ball out toward right center field. That's going to split the gap, but it's going to go toward the track. 3 runs will score. LaStella continues his hot hitting with the bases loaded. He wipes the bases clear, and the Braves lead it 6-1 here in the 3rd.
Two-seamer up in the zone, and when your bases loaded, full count, you have to throw a strike, and shows you how important it is to pitch ahead of hitters and throw strikes and get the ball down.
So with 2 outs, it's 6-1 Atlanta. Yeah, the pitch now to Gerald Laird. Out toward left field. That's well hit. Brown going back toward the track, reaches up, makes the catch. And the side is retired. 8 men come to the plate in the inning. The Braves score 4 runs against Kyle Kendrick. Tommy LaStella's 3-run double, the big blow. It's 6-1 Atlanta. May fail while original HP cartridges are guaranteed to work the first time, every time, with no run streaks or errors. Get yours from WB Mason, an HP preferred partner. 6-1, Braves on top as we go to the top of the 4th inning. This has not been a year that Kyle Kendrick wants to remember. He's had some really good outings. He's had a lot of outings like we're seeing today where he's been roughed up. In fact, against the Braves, his last 6 starts, his earned run average just a hair under 6. Well, that'll go up even higher counting today's ball game. Tommy LaStella's 3-run double highlighted what was a 4-run inning for Atlanta. Matt, that was the only hit, was the double by LaStella.
You got 2 hit by a pitch, a base on ball to Hayward. line drive to right field. And it's just one of those things how important it is to throw strikes and let them put the ball in play and allow your defense to play behind you.
Well, Marlon Byrd will lead it off as the Phillies trail it by 5. And Marlon takes a strike. It's 0-1. Marlon flied to center his last time up, so he's 0 for 1. No balls at 2 strikes. Check swing. They appeal. No swing, says Jim Wolf. And the count evens up at 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Byrd is struck out. That's 4 strikeouts for Wood. And Dominic Brown is due up. Catch all the second half action on MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Phillies.com for details. Dominic popped out to shortstop his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Breaking ball that floats in. It's no balls and 1 strike. Just off the outside corner. Two balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. He just has a deceiving fastball. I mean, that one's at 89 miles an hour, but I just think with his delivery,
Yep.
it kind of jumps at you.
And same as Marlon Byrd, 89 right down the middle of the plate.
I do think that Wood's delivery, we say that about some guys. We said about Jordan Walden the other night. It is one of those deliveries that I would think that people tried to change at some point. He has 5 strikeouts here today. You know, the Braves used a high draft selection on him. He was successful at the University of Georgia, so it's worked for him. But there had to be a point where somebody said, you know, we're going to fix this. We're going to make you a little more
normal.
Yeah, a little more form fitting out on the mound. He's had Tommy John surgery already. He had that when he was in college. Not that his mechanics are the reason. Sometimes people do feel, though, mechanics are the reason why a lot of kids have Tommy John surgery. Where he came up with that. 91 on that fastball. It's 0-2. That nearly got Mayberry. Just missed him. It's 1-2. I remember reading some of the scouting service reports on Wood. Some people thought that he would be a first-round selection, but he wasn't taken till the 85th pick. And some people do say that it was because of the delivery, because of the Tommy John surgery that he already had.
Well, the one thing with his delivery is that the arm slot is still coming out normal, like majority of left-handed pitchers.
Very true.
And that's the area you're looking for, is by his left ear.
Out toward right field, playable for Hayward. And the side is retired. So he's retired 7 in a row, back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. We've played 3.5 here in Atlanta with the Braves on top, 6-1. Your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer, shophonda.com. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Chevrolet, visit your local dealer at chevydealer.com. Bottom of the 4th inning. The crowd that is in search of some cover. They're spread all around the ballpark because of the rain that's been falling these last few innings. Kyle Kendrick starts the 4th by facing Alex Wood. Kendrick trails at 6-1, but he's allowed only 4 hits. That one's over. It's 1-1. And now 1-2. Reaches out and pokes that foul. Well, Kyle needs himself a clean inning here. That's 4 3-ball 2-strike counts for Kyle Kendrick. Now towards second base. That may have even been ball 4. But Utley throws out Alex Wood, so 1 gone here in the 4th. A reminder that Saturday, August 9th is the Wall of Fame night at Citizens Bank Park, sponsored by Toyota. Toyota sponsoring the Alumni Weekend, and Charlie Manuel will take his rightful place on the Phillies Wall of Fame. Pre-game ceremony prior to the start of the game against the Mets. A commemorative print free to all fans. Compliments of Toyota. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Be good to see Charlie. Charlie has not been back to the ballpark since he was removed as the manager of the Phils last year. He has been at a ballpark, though. I mentioned the other night he's been all around the Phillies farm system these last few weeks. 1 ball, 1 strike to B.J. Upton. And now 1-2. Swing and miss. He got him. That's the first strikeout of the day for Kendrick. There are 2 outs now for Andrelton Simmons.
The first strikeout of the day, and it actually came off probably one of the best pitches he's thrown all day. And I mean throw. He's been guiding the ball in there. And as a starter, I would think if I'm having a hard time pinpointing balls, I'm going to throw it right to the backstop as hard as I can. Just let it go.
Over to third, scooped up by Ashe, quickly throws over to first. So an easy inning for Kendrick. Side is retired in order. It's the second 1-2-3 inning for Kendrick, but it's sandwiched around 2 rough innings as we go to the 5th. Is answer. All right, Matt, here's the question one more time. Can you name the only other Atlanta Brave National League ERA champion besides Phil Niekro and Greg Maddux? Atlanta Brave, not Brave as a whole, Atlanta Brave.
The only guy I can think of is Rick Mailer.
Rick Mailer is incorrect. So this guy, he never performed as well as he did back in 1974. And I said that I used to get his trading card all the time. I did. I had a ton of his. Biff Pocoroba. Buzz Capra was 16-8 back in 74 with an ERA of 2.28. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. And thanks for playing Jeep Stump the Fans.
Guess the question is, do you still have his baseball card?
No, I don't have any of the cards that I had back then. I shouldn't say that. I have a couple. I believe they've been discarded. I don't remember when I discarded them, but at some point I tossed them away. There were a lot of them that you used to get all the time. You used to get the same ones. I remember getting Ray Sadecki all the time, Buzz Capra, Biff Pocoroba. I don't know why I remember those two names, because of the names themselves. There were certain guys that you just, every time you opened up a pack, you were looking for, let's say back in the 70s, you're looking for a Hank Aaron or Mike Schmidt or one of those, and you get Biff Pocoroba. Can't always trade those. You can always only trade so many of them. Here's Cody Ashe. It'll be Ashe, Coy Hill, and Kyle Kendrick. Those are the scheduled batters for the Phillies here in the 5th. And the first pitch over. It's 0-1. Cody went out swinging his first time up. And quickly it's 0-2. Ruben Amaro mentioned when he was talking to the scribes the other day about the trade deadline and about potential moves. A couple guys asked if Cody Asche could eventually play another position to open up the door for Maikel Franco to play third. And Ruben said, yeah, I think he could play the outfield. I think he's athletic enough. He's definitely athletic enough. Wouldn't you agree, Matt?
He is. It's going to take a lot of work out there, that's for sure.
Swing and a miss, and there's one away. It's 6 strikeouts for Alex Wood. Now, Ruben did not make it seem like that was going to happen, but he said there is a chance if they need to, he could play another position.
And you see right there, Alex Wood's getting in that groove of pinpointing fastballs and having a confidence of throwing that swooping curveball to the left-handers.
Here's Coy Hill. He looped a single to right his first time up. That one's off the end of the bat. A flare out towards shallow center. Upton plays deep, had plenty of time to come in and make the catch, and there are 2 outs. So now Kendrick will bat here in the 5th. Oh, 0-1. And now no balls at 2 strikes. Tell you what, this guy's got a tempo going. I mean, he's getting it and going. And a called strike 3. Another quick inning. That's 7 strikeouts for Alex Wood. He's retired 10 consecutive batters. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Atlanta with the Phillies down by 5. To you by Citizens Bank. The Phillies Junior RBI League has been teaching kids how to play the game since 1989. To learn more or get involved, visit citizensbankpark.com/community. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal, and that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank, good banking is good citizenship. Bottom half of the 5th inning. Umbrellas are popping up even more now around Turner Field. The rain's picked up a little bit. The humidity's sort of increased over the last inning or so. And Freddie Freeman will lead it off. Freeman was hit by a pitch his last time up. Pitches up high. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Freeman this year is 8th in the National League in hits, but he's tied for 5th in runs scored. 1 ball and 1 strike to him. Well, that was a pretty good off-speed pitch right there by Kendrick.
Yeah, back-to-back, very good changeups. Good location. Down and away.
Trying to get that 2-seamer by Freddie Freeman. And he fouls it off. It remains 1-2.
Which is a pitch we have not seen Kyle Kendrick use. And I would say in his last 3 or 4 outings, he's gone away from that front door sinker. I don't know if he has the confidence in it anymore or not, but we're seeing more cutters inside.
Ground ball right side. Mayberry's got to hustle over to the bag. 1 out. 4-3 on the put out. Yeah, I don't know about you, Matt. I think that the 2-seamer or lack thereof this year for Kyle is part of the reason why he has struggled so much. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason, because the numbers against left-handers are back to the way they were 2 years ago. And the 2-seamer coupled with the changeup, that style that Rich Doobie kind of pushed and Kyle finally accepted, he hasn't been able to do that. And I think that 2-seamer against lefties, the fact that it hasn't been around, has hurt him against left-handers.
And I think it all came back to when Adam LaRoche hit that home run in Washington with that front door sinker that came back a little bit, and Adam was able to get the barrel out and drive it for a long home run. And ever since that home run, you can just see it's almost like it's a feel pitch. Okay, I'm afraid I don't want to make a mistake if it comes back too much. I don't know if it's the fact that he's too tight of a grip, but I honestly think a front door sinker should be a surprise pitch, usually with 2 strikes.
Over toward the hole, a base hit for Upton, so he's got 2 hits today. He's been on base 3 times. And that'll bring Jason Hayward to the plate. Yeah, I don't know if this is a pitch that Kyle will try to work on in the offseason to get back. But for, I would say, a little more than a year time, maybe a year and a half, it made him a better pitcher, being able to throw that. Got lefties off all his other stuff. That one's hit out toward left center field, not deep. Here comes Sizemore running in, and he makes the catch. Ball off the end of the bat of Jason Hayward, and there are 2 outs. Back to first goes Upton.
Maybe it's a matter of working with a different grip, of trying to get that movement. And I've talked about it a few times. I really don't think he has the typical sinker. It's more of a runner. Sinker is usually out in front of home plate. It does that late dart, either left or right, from a left-hander or a right-hander. But this is just more of a slide. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it goes left-right instead of up-down.
Right.
Well, he has an easy 5th inning aside from the hit by Justin Upton. So we'll go to the 6th here in Atlanta. continues to be strong at the back end of games for the Phils. Consistent and dominating in the first half of the season, Jonathan enters the second half tied for 6th in saves with 22 and is carrying the 3rd lowest ERA at 1.29 amongst National League save leaders. He became just the 8th pitcher in MLB history to record 20-plus saves in 9 consecutive seasons. When Papelbon has got the call, he has delivered. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Papelbon certainly has delivered. Last night he delivered a 5-pitch save to give the Phils a victory over the Braves. Today, if they're going to get Pap into this ball game, they've got some real estate to make up because they trail at 6-1. As we go to the top of the 6th, Alex Wood has been in command. He's retired 10 consecutive batters. And Grady Sizemore takes ball 1. Sizemore's 1 for 2. And Sizemore pulls that one foul. Grady is 6 for 10 in the series. Ball and 2 strikes. A couple close pitches during this at bat. Sizemore let go by. I may have to put the tarp on the field soon. It's raining pretty hard. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside and high, 3-2. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Brewers lead the Nationals 2-1. That game's at the top of the 4th. Milwaukee's really struggled. They're 2-8 in their last 10. Sizemore is the 8th strikeout victim today for Alex Wood. Jimmy Rollins is coming up. Jimmy, of course, the all-time hit leader for the Philadelphia Phillies. And Big Time Bats released this full-size bat that is limited and sells for $109.95. Call now at 1-866-280-BATS or log on to BigTimeBats.com to purchase one. Well, not only has he retired 11 straight batters, but he has 9 strikeouts, or excuse me, 6 strikeouts against the last 8 Phillies that he's faced. Matt, there's the ground crew. That's not a good sign. They're ready to go.
Yeah, by looking at the radar, it's going to be here for a little bit.
1-2 to Rollins. Down and away, 3-2 to Rollins. Big Jerry doesn't seem like he's in that much of a hurry. Eighth pitch of this at bat, and it's a fly ball to shallow right field. Jason Hayward says he has it, and he does, with a few raindrops in his eyes, and there are 2 outs. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. This one comes from Teach PSU. Ball game, enjoying a hot dog. Tweet your photo to hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Here's Chase Utley. Utley is 0 for 2. He's popped out. He struck out. Outside, 1-2 to Chase. Ground ball right side. Freeman has it. He'll have to take it to the bag himself, and he does. That'll do it for the Phillies here in the top of the 6th inning. 13 in a row retired by Alex Wood. Phillies go down 1-2-3. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Braves up by 5. The tarp on the field, the head groundskeeper Ed Mangan came out and talked to Jerry Davis, and Jerry, seemed to say, let's try to keep going. But it is pouring right now here in Atlanta. And here we go. Now they're going to have to put the tarp on the field. I think they tried to get as many innings as they could in before the rains came, but now they've decided to throw the tarp on, and this field has taken a lot of water over the last 20 minutes or so. And we'll see how quickly they get it on and then how long we have to sit and wait. There's going to be some preparation, though, to get this field ready again if we resume play at some point here this afternoon. I say that because there's a large area of moisture that is in the Atlanta area. So the grounds crew will get the tarp on the field as quickly as possible. The Braves lead at 6-1. It is an official ball game as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. You figure that Alex Wood's day is going to be done. A little less than 100 pitches here this afternoon, depending on how long this delay is. But you can see the infield is pretty wet, so they're going to have to do some maintenance on it before we resume play, even when the rain does finally subside. So some of the fans will just sit and wait. They've got their ponchos on. They're not going to get any wetter than they would have. Others are going undercover. Well, this is one of the big blows of the game. Kyle Kendrick had not allowed a base hit at this point, Matt, in this inning, but then this double cleared the bases.
Yeah, and the 3rd inning was when he really lost his strike zone throwing, hitting 2 guys, walking somebody, and then Mostella comes up with the bases loaded and drives the ball to right field for a bases clearing double.
So Mostella is a hot hitter with the bases loaded, Murph, for the Atlanta Braves. In fact, he's the hottest hitter they have with the bases loaded.
Bases loaded, not bases loaded. He's been doing a nice job for them as a rookie. You take a look at our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. NL rookie batting leaders, and there he is, number 2 behind David Peralta out of Arizona. Tommy La Stella at 294, having a real good year. And part of the reason that Dan Uggla is not here anymore, because they knew this kid could put up these kind of numbers, and he's done a nice job for the Atlanta Braves so far.
He certainly has, and today his base hit proved to be a big piece of that 3rd inning for the Atlanta Braves. So they have a 6-1 lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Nobody out. Kyle Kendrick had just finished up his warm-up tosses when Jerry Davis decided to put the tarp on the field, and it was the right call. So while we sit here in Atlanta, you can sit back and enjoy an edition of Phillies Nation, and we'll update you as soon as we have more information on the weather. which should be in just a few moments here in the bottom of the 6th inning. With nobody out, that's when the rains came. Kyle Kendrick had just finished up his warm-up tosses. Tommy LaStella was coming to the plate. And then Jerry Davis decided to put the tarp on the field. Now, the rain has picked up again. But from what we're told, this little cell is going to be past us in the next few moments. So that's why they are on the field. And the grounds crew has everything dried up enough to get this game underway. Hollins' numbers, 35 games now, counting this one, 1-1. It is previous 34 with an ERA of 3.16, 25 strikeouts in 31 and a third innings of work. Looked like he just slipped on that last pitch as he delivered it to Coy Hill. Well, the Braves lead at 6-1 as we take a look at our Subway in-game box score. You'll see why. The big reason is because of 2 hit-by pitches, a couple walks, and a 3-run double by Tommy LaStella. That was all part of a 4-run third inning. Surrendered by Kyle Kendrick. Braves overall have 5 hits. Phillies have just 3 hits, but 5 hits and 6 runs. So here we go. We're going to resume play with Tommy LaStella leading it off for the Atlanta Braves. He's 1 for 2. It'll be LaStella, Gerald Laird, and then a pinch hitter for Alex Wood. We've played 1 hour and 37 minutes of baseball before the rain hit. And now as Mario Hollins deals, pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. Our rain delay was 1 hour and 39 minutes. There's Anthony Bavaro, who's warming up in the bullpen for the Braves. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. For Hollins, his last couple of outings weren't as crisp as his previous outings for the Phils. He was hit with a line drive down in Florida, which hampered him somewhat. Hampered his workload too. Asked him the other day, I said, how does the knee feel? He said, no, the knee is fine. He did feel like he was compensating a little bit his last time out before the All-Star break. 2-2. But during the break, he went home to California, worked out at his old high school. He said that was kind of different.
He said when he went home, he had a tremendous visit with the family and friends. No worry in the world, and was ready to come back and start the second half.
Got to play again. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. It was funny, though, listening to him talk about facing some of the high school players that were back in his hometown. I guess they were working out with their summer ball team and stuff like that. That one's down the left field line. Dominic Brown will give it a look, and it goes out of play. Just being back on the mound at his old high school, that kind of thing. Kyle Kendrick, by the way, went 5 innings, allowed 6 earned runs, 5 hits, walked 2, hit 2. Swing and a miss. One away here in the 6th inning. Well, it took over an hour and a half. But we've got our first out here in the bottom of the 6th. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life and save big today. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. Gerald Laird is the batter. He's 1 for 2, and Laird takes a little high. It's 1-0. Jordan Schaefer's out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. 2 balls and no strikes to Laird. Well, 2 balls and 1 strike. I should say 3 balls and no strikes. So after getting LaStella on strikes, he's fallen behind 3-0 to Gerald Laird. And there's ball 4. He walked him on 4 pitches. And now Schaefer will pinch hit. Schaefer has not appeared in this series so far. For the year, he's hitting just 174. Shocking that his batting average is that low. Still a pretty good defensive outfielder. And it's 1 ball and no strikes. Now 2 balls and no strikes. I think it's difficult, as we mentioned before, for any pitcher, particularly a relief pitcher, to get back into the swing of things after the All-Star break. You couple that with a Phillies team that sat for 1 hour and 39 minutes because of the rain delay, as well as the Braves, but were kind of lifeless for the previous 3 or 4 innings. You got to get your legs back under you.
You do, but it's you're still playing a professional baseball game, and you're expected. It doesn't matter if you have a 2 or 3 hour delay. When you take that field, it's like it's back at the top of the first again. It's a new start, really. But you do see it. Unfortunately, a 6-1 game. You can see how guys take the field. You can see how they're playing defense behind them. It's almost like the point is like, oh, we wish this game would have got rained out.
I'm sure that does creep into guys' minds. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Schaefer. Outside 3-2. You hate to say that, but.
And I'm not saying that's what it's going through their minds, but it is hard when you're having a tough year. You're behind. I know in Kansas City we lost 17 games in a row. And we were just praying for a rain out after 5 innings if we were winning.
And outside, just missed, ball 4. And now 2 on with 1 out here in the 6th inning. And B.J. Upton will be the hitter. He's 0 for 2. There was a pivotal moment back in the 3rd inning when Upton was on first base. Not that you can ever dictate that the inning would unfold differently, but Upton was on first. There was a pickoff play on at first. John Mayberry missed the pickoff throw, or had it and then just let it roll out of his glove. Upton went to second, and then the next batter, Andrelton Simmons, grounded out to shortstop. Now who knows if that would have been a 6-4-3 double play if Upton was still at first, but the Braves went on to score 4 runs. Now most of that responsibility is on the shoulders of Kyle Kendrick, who hit the next 2 batters, walked the 3rd batter after that ground out, and then allowed the 3-run double. The Phillies had not made an error since the 7th of July. That turned out to be a fairly big error, if you expected that the next few at bats would take place the way they did. One ball, 1 strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, and also you had B.J. Upton, no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that's you're right. That's probably even more significant. And then you walk him,
especially to a guy who's leading the league in strikeouts.
Yeah, let's amend that. There were 2 moments back in the 3rd B.J. Upton was part of. Two balls, 2 strikes. And 3-2. Mario, and this is kind of an understatement, is struggling with his command here in this inning. This will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. Overall, 13 balls, 10 strikes from Mario Hollins in this inning. Another foul ball, and it remains 3-2. That'll go foul. And this at bat will continue. I'm really happy that that little guy got that ball because there were a bunch of giants fighting for that ball. And he was able to finally come out with it. Dirt, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Don't give Upton credit. I mean, he does strike out a lot, but he was able to work a long at bat. 3 walks in the inning. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, top of the 9th inning. The Nationals and the Brewers are now tied up at 4. Ryan Zimmerman has a 2-run home run. And here's Andrelton Simmons. Simmons is 0 for 3, a couple of ground outs and a fly out to right. Mario's allowed 4 earned runs in his last 2 outings. And he's a little low with that first pitch. It's 1-0. Surprised nobody's come out to talk to him at all.
I was just thinking, kind of interesting to see a young guy on the mound walk 3 consecutive hitters. I thought maybe someone out of the, like Bob McClure might come up and just break it up a little bit.
Well, 3 balls and no strikes. $17 balls in this inning. 29 pitches overall. You know, usually Rollins is one of those guys that comes in at a point where a guy's struggling. There's a strike. It's 3-1. We've seen Chase come in from time to time. Ball 4. He's walked 4 and he forces in a run. Now 7-1 in favor of the Braves. Troy Hill goes out to chat with Mario Hollins. And Bob McClure is going to now come out to talk to the young left-hander. About Mario during his season so far, which has been very good up until the outing, I think on the 28th of June against the Braves, when he allowed 3 hits, no runs though, 3 hits in an inning in the 3rd. His command has been very good. So this whole thing, all this, these 4 walks, this is not something that you could say you saw coming. Would you agree with that, Matt?
And I would, and I think a lot has to do with it. Early in the season, he was pitching a lot. Then he gets hit with the line drive. He only pitches a couple of times over the break. First time back out, so he's had 7, maybe 14 days, he's pitched maybe twice.
Yeah.
So, and you can really tell how he's struggling on the mound trying to find the strike zone.
It's been hard to watch him struggle like this. There's DeFreitas starting to throw in the pen. Jeff Manship was up earlier in the game. One ball, no strikes. We've seen a lot of strange things here in 2014. Today, you're looking at a day where the Braves have scored 7 runs with 5 hits. And of those 7 runs, 5 have been either walks or hit batters. Looper out toward left field. Rollins on the run. He won't get there. They'll drop in for a hit. Schaefer will score. Upton goes to third. That ends an 0 for 14 stretch for Freddie Freeman. An RBI single. The bases remain loaded. It's 8-1 Atlanta. And Tyler Pastornicki will come in as a pinch hitter for the Braves. So you would assume that Schaefer will stay in the game to play the outfield.
Makes a quality pitch. Unfortunately, things aren't going well for him this inning, and gets that little Texas leaguer in the outfield and for an RBI single.
Pastornicki fouls it away, and it's 0-1. He's gotten an at-bat in all 3 games now since being brought up from the minor leagues. And 2. Swing and a miss. He got it with a high fastball. So 2 outs. That's the second strikeout for Hollins. And Jason Hayward will be the hitter. Hayward walked in a run his second time up. He has an RBI and a run scored today. 0 for 2. 1 ball, no strikes. Out towards center field, playable for Sizemore. He'll make the catch, and the inning comes to a close. 2-run score on 1 hit. Kind of sounds a lot like the 3rd inning when 4 runs scored on just 1 hit. We go to the 7th inning. It's 8-1 Atlanta. Phillies trail at 8-1 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. The Phillies jumped out to a 1-0 lead on John Mayberry's solo home run. Kyle Kendrick, though, allowed 6 earned runs on 5 hits. He walked 2, hit 2. Tommy LaStella's 3-run double sparked a 4-run 3rd inning for Atlanta. And Alex Wood, 8 strikeouts today. He's done because of the rain delay. And as we take a look at our Hyundai defensive plays of the game, well, last night it was all about Cole Hamels. Today it's all about the other lefty, but for the Braves, Alex Wood.
Well, Alex Wood went out in the first pitch, on strikes, had really good command with his changeup, his curveball, kept the lefties off balance. The little funky delivery he has, the right-handers were very late on his fastball, and you can see later in the game he was locking in with that good curveball and a really good two-seam fastball inside. And that is why he's the defensive plays of the game, brought to you by Hyundai.
Now you see Hollins on the bench right now. Boy, he is really down in the dumps. A.J. Burnett talking to him. Bob McClure was chatting with him. Mario Hollins walked 4, allowed 1 hit, struck out 2 in his 1 inning of work. So now as we go to the top of the 7th inning, Jordan Schaefer stays in the ballgame to play left field for Justin Upton. The new pitcher is right-hander David Hale on his 27th game. Hale 3-2 with an ERA of 2.98. And the first pitch coming into Marlon Byrd. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Byrd has popped out to short. He is struck out. And it's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Little dribbler up the third base side. This is going to be a tough play. Simmons bare hands flips. Byrd will be safe, so an infield hit. It's the first hit for the Phils since the 2nd inning. That's because Alex Wood had done such a good job. Let's check in with Murph. Murph, what do you have, buddy?
Well, Tom, you're right. Alex Wood has done a good job, but because of the rain, he is out of this game. But it's not necessarily a bad thing for the Atlanta Braves when you take a look at the production they have gotten from their bullpen this year, 5th in the National League with an ERA of 3.20. But you look back over the years, it has certainly been a strength for the Atlanta Braves since 2010. There you see the ranks, always among the top in the National League. And I guess that begins and in a lot of ways ends with Craig Kimbrell, but they have had a very solid bullpen, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Wood and David Hale have sort of mixed and matched as the long men as the season has progressed for the Braves. No balls and 1 strike as Hale is on here with a runner at first and nobody out. And it's 0-2. But Murph's right, though. It does sort of end with Kimbrell, and his numbers are dominant, and he'll bring down anybody's ERA. Swing and a miss, and Brown is struck out. It's 9 strikeouts today for Braves pitching. Pretty good changeup. Did you see Diekman warming up in the bullpen? And John Mayberry's coming up.
Well, the big thing about their bullpen is they got guys who throw gas, and they're just not throwers. They can pinpoint that 96 to 98, 99 mile an hour fastballs, and that's a key when you guys have guys coming in and knowing that you can have these guys be the shutdown innings that you need.
Well, the Phillies have seen that this year with Kenny Giles and Diekman and even DeFreitas. You know, the fact that these guys can throw mid to upper 90s, it does, you know, you get strike throwers and strikeouts, makes anybody's bullpen look a whole lot better. No balls and 1 strike to Mayberry. And it's low, 1-1. Mayberry will be followed by Cody Ashew, who's on deck. Another changeup. That one was up in the zone. Was that a changeup, or was that supposed to be a breaking pitch that didn't break?
No, I mean, there's got a report on David Hale's fastball slider change. So it had to be just a bad area for a changeup up in the zone.
One ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, 2 outs. And Cody Ashley's coming up. David Hale is a kid from Georgia. He went to Princeton University. Princeton recruited him as a shortstop, not knowing, because he was recruited after his junior year, not knowing that he would become a pitcher as well. But during his senior year of high school, all of a sudden he was throwing 92, 93. So he became a pitcher. David told me the last time the Braves were in Philadelphia, he said, I didn't want to pitch, I wanted to hit. He said, so anytime somebody wanted me to pitch, I did it, but I would much prefer to be out on the field so I could take my hacks.
Sounds like a true athlete. He wants to hit.
0-2. But then all of a sudden he said, well, when I was throwing 91, 92, he said, I kind of got the feeling that, you know, I could be good at that. So he did both when he went to college. He was actually an outfielder when he went to Princeton. No balls, 2 strikes to Ashe. And the pitch. Fastball outside, 1-2. Ashley's had a tough time during this series. He's 1 for 8. He has struck out twice today.
It almost seems like he's in between if I'm going to sit changeup or if I'm going to sit fastball.
Well, there's a changeup, a foul tip, and the side is retired. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Hal. 11 strikeouts. 11 of the 21 outs today for Braves pitching have been strikeouts. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Third inning. He walked 2, hit 2, allowed just 1 hit. And command was also an issue for Mario Hollins in his 1 inning of work here today. And now, as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, the bullpen door opens up for Jake Diekman to come on. Well, Alex Wood, as we mentioned, 6 innings, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, 95 pitches. 62 of those pitches were strikes. And it brings us to our Mazda leaders and the Braves starters, even with all the injuries and all the changes. You know, Hale has started, Wood has started, Gavin Floyd started before he broke a bone in his elbow. Aaron Harang, Irvin Santana, Mike Minor, 68 quality starts, which is tops in Major League Baseball. Top 3 teams are National League teams. 4 of the top 5 are National League teams. And another one today that probably would have continued beyond the 6th if not for the rain. So here's Jake Diekman, 3-3 in the year, an ERA of 4.53. And he'll come on to face Chris Johnson, Tommy La Stella, and Gerald Laird here in the home 7th inning. Six walks, 2 hit batters, so 8 base runners without a base hit today for the Braves. It's been a long time since we saw something like that. Let's see if Diekman can settle down the Braves offense here and get into the strike zone. As he just finished up his warm-up tosses. Well, Chris Johnson got the scoring started for the Braves with a 2-run home run in the 2nd over the center field fence. Up until that point, that guy had the bragging rights. He just waved her off as he left. And then Chris Johnson hit the home run, and she's been able to brag for the rest of the game. First pitch to Johnson is low. 1 ball, no strikes. Down the right field line and out of play. It's 1-1. Braves need a win today to keep pace with the Washington Nationals, who have won their ball game over the Brewers. Off the end of the bat, a flare out to right. And Marlon Byrd gets to a spot, makes the catch, 1 away. Jason Worth's RBI double walked the game off for the Washington Nationals.
It'd be nice to see Jake Diekman have an easy inning here, just for confidence wise. He's thrown a lot of pitches over his last few outings, and just to go out there and have a 1-2-3 inning, just to give his brain a little refresh and look forward to starting tomorrow against the Giants.
Well, this is the first time he's worked since the break. That one's lined out toward left center, slicing away from Sizemore. He won't get it. It's over his head. It goes to the wall. La Stella will get to second base with his 2nd double of the day and his 11th of the year.
So much for the easy inning so far.
Yep.
This is almost the identical pitch that he hit off Cole Hamels to left center for the double.
Second double of the day, 3rd double of the series, and Gerald Laird, who has walked once, singled once, will be the batter for the Braves. Fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Low, and that's ball 4. So Laird is aboard. Matt, what is going on with all of these free passes?
Well, if you're going to get it, I guess if you're going to be this bad in one game, you might as well get it all in right now.
Is that how you're looking at it?
Well, yeah, you have to.
Murph, you buying that one at all from Matt to get it all out of the system now?
Well, he did play in the big league, so I'll go with him on that one.
We've passed.
I hope he's right.
That's outstanding.
We've passed the stage of trying to figure it out. So if it's going to happen, it rained earlier, now let it pour.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Fix it tomorrow.
No balls and one strike to Jordan Schaefer. We'll get all the frustrations out today. Schaefer walked and scored his last time. Swing and a miss, 0-2. A.J. Burnett continues to chat with Mario Hollins. You know, there's certain impacts that A.J. has had over the years. That seems to be one of the big ones, is kind of taking the younger players, whether it be here or in Pittsburgh, under his wing and kind of counseling them on certain things. For a guy like Mario Hollins, his first year in the big leagues, you know, he's pitched in the minor leagues, but sort of under the radar in the minor leagues. Now it's, you know, it's on the radar, and he struggled his last 3 outings. B.J. Upton's the batter. He's walked twice. Fouls it away. It's 0-1. Two. Slipped out of the hand of Diekman, although the way the year's gone for B.J. Upton, there's no telling whether he would have swung at it or not. He just recognized it a little soon. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs and runners on first and second.
It's like Coy Hill blocked out with his bare hand.
He's trying to do everything he could just to keep it from not getting past him. Over to third. Ashe backs up on it. Goes the short way to second to get Laird, and the side is retired. So a walk and a double. That's it. We've played 7 innings here in Atlanta. The final game of this 3-game series. We'll move to the 8th with the Phillies down 8-1. Toyota take you. Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. Buy McDonald's. Any size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Top of the 8th inning, Braves up 8-1. Phillies will send Coy Hill, Ben Revere. The top of the order up. Revere will be the pinch hitter for Jake Diekman against David Hale. I would think the Braves are just going to try to ride Hale through the rest of this ball game. Phillies won last night's ball game. Those folks were happy about that. Today, different story. They're down 8-1. Coy Hill was 1 for 2. He singled his last time up, first time up, flied out to center his last time. First pitch is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Line drive, base hit to left center field for Hill, so he has 2 hits today. He'll hold up at first. And with that, it's time for the Major League Notebook. Let's go down to Greg Murphy. Murph?
All right, thanks, Tom. Brought to you by Gwinnett Mercy University and Troy Tulowitzki, who leads all of baseball with a .340 batting average, was on the shelf today when the Rockies took on the Pirates. The all-star shortstop is battling that sore thigh he's been dealing with for a couple of days. Manager Walt Weiss said he thinks it'll be a few more days before he's back in the lineup. Also, Justin Morneau out of the lineup for the Rockies as well. And one other injury to tell you about, and that is to the Dodgers' Yasiel Puig. He is out of the lineup tonight when the Dodgers are in the national game against St. Louis. He was hit by a pitch last night. He had x-rays taken after the game. Those x-rays were negative, but the hand is very swollen, so he will not be in tonight's game and probably be a few days before Yasiel Puig is able to get back into the lineup as well. Guys?
All right, Murph, we appreciate that. Ben Revere is behind 0-1, and he lines one to right center field. That'll be in for a base hit. Hill stops at second. So back-to-back singles by the Phillies, and that'll bring Grady Sizemore to the plate. Sizemore is 1 for 3. Been a lot of stories about the Dodgers and all the outfielders that they have. And Don Mattingly was talking earlier this week before Puig got hurt, saying that he's going to try to mix and match Crawford, Kemp, Ethier, Van Slyke, Puig will play all the time. He's not going to sit at all. But he said, what if somebody gets hurt? He said, then all the depth we have in the outfield, we'll have people to lean on. There've been a lot of reports about Kemp obviously not wanting to sit. He struggled so much the last couple of years with injuries. Well, now with Puig being out tonight, missing a little bit of yesterday's ball game, they probably like the fact they have a little bit of depth in the outfield.
Well, not very often do you see a team have 6 outfielders who really could be starting for majority of the teams.
Yeah. That ball's pulled deep to right field. Hayward's going back, reaches up off the glove, and it's in play. Everybody had to hold up, so they'll just go station to station, and the bases will be loaded. Well, I would assume that's going to be a base hit, considering the one earlier in the game was a base hit off the glove of Marlon Byrd.
Kind of just turned the wrong way, had to open up a little bit and should have been caught. Right there, he kind of opens up.
Yep. Now they have scored a hit. Really no way they couldn't score a hit, considering they scored the one earlier that the Braves had. The one by Justin Upton, a hit off the glove of Marlon Byrd. So here's Rollins with the bases loaded. Phillies down 8-1. 1 ball and no strikes. It's Jordan Walden warming up. Ground ball back to the mound. They'll come home for one and to first for two. A 1-2-3 double play. And with 2 outs, it'll bring Chase Utley to the plate.
Gets a changeup right here, right off the end of the bat. Nice easy throw to home plate. Laird goes up, throws a strike to first base. For a double play, you don't see very often the 1-2-3.
Rollins is just now getting off the field, so Utley was waiting for that. He'll dig in. Breaking ball, and it's outside, 1-0. There's DeFreitas. Looks like he'll pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. Now 3-0 to Chase with Bird on deck. Out toward right field, playable for Hayward. So how about this? David Hale is going to work out of a bases loaded, nobody out situation. Now the side is retired. The Phillies leave 2. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning here in Atlanta. Start of a Toyota alumni weekend at Citizens Bank Park as the Phillies take on the New York Mets, and all fans coming to the ballpark thanks to the folks at Toyota will receive the Roy Halladay Bobble figurine. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Going to be a great weekend. It always is. A lot of alums will be around, and on Saturday the Phillies will induct Charlie Manuel into the Wall of Fame. Rightfully so. Can't wait to see Charlie at the ballpark. Tickets again are available for all 3 games of that series in the upcoming home stands by going to Phillies.com. Ben Revere stays in the game to play center. as Justin DeFreitas will take over out on the mound here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Simmons leads it off, takes a strike. It's 0-1. So for Diekman today, 1 inning, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Simmons is 0 for 3. He's walked. In fact, he walked with the bases loaded, and that drove in a run. Foul tip. It's 3-2. Ground ball to Utley. To his left a step. And there's 1 away. Monday night at 11, Marshall Harris talks with Chase Utley about his all-star experience, plus updates from the minors on Miguel Alfredo Gonzalez, J.P. Crawford, who had 3 hits today, and Maikel Franco. Don't miss Phillies Clubhouse, presented by Mercedes-Benz on Comcast Sportsnet. Freddie Freeman has a base hit and an RBI this afternoon. He was hit by a pitch earlier. And he lines it foul. It's 0-1. Freeman's base hit ended an 0 for 14 stretch for him. Did he just get another baseball? Now he might give it to the guy that tried to tackle him earlier. That ball's pulled foul. And it's 0-2. Everybody's happy now. Except for the kid in the Braves uniform. Swing and a miss. He got him. Good pitch. 2 outs. Oh, here's Ryan Doman, who's coming up. Oh, there he lost it. Look out. Ryan Doman hitting 200. Pulls that one to the right side. Utley can't get it. Flips off his glove, so Doman's aboard a 2-out single here in the 8th. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Mets and the Padres are wrapping up their series. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Padres have never had a no-hitter. Well, it's 1-0. At the bottom of the 6th, the Mets do not have a hit. One ball and no strikes. Ball just died in front of the dirt, or in front of the plate, as it went out toward Rollins, and the fielder's choice puts an end to this 8th inning. So we'll go to the 9th inning on a very quiet day here at Turner Field. Braves lead the Phils 8-1. Mason, deliveries of the game. There have been a lot of walks. There have been a lot of hit batters. There have been a couple of hits by the Braves, including this one by Chris Johnson.
Yeah, this came back in the second inning. Fastball inside. Drives it to left center / center for a 2-run home run. And then the third inning, bases loaded. Full count. Lostella hits a fastball up in the zone. Drives it to right center for a 3 RBI double. And then the rain came, but that is the delivery of the game, brought to you by WB Mason.
Yeah, the deliveries for the Braves, they'll take them. I mean, they've capitalized on all the walks and the hit batters here today. So they lead it 8-1. David Carpenter's going to take over on the mound. Second time he's pitched in this ball game. Or in this series, I should say. And he'll face Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, and John Mayberry. Those are the scheduled hitters. Carpenter 38 strikeouts in 32 2/3. Bird fouls it away to the right side out of play, and it's 0-1. Two. By the way, DeFreitas goes an inning, does not allow a run on 1 hit, 1 strikeout. David Howell, by the way, 2 innings, 4 hits, no runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts for the Braves. Check swing. Did he go? No, says Jim Wolf. Phillies have struck out 11 times here today, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. In the air to left center field. That's well hit. Schaefer going back toward the track to the wall. It is gone. A home run for Marlon Byrd, his 19th of the year. So the Phillies' 2 runs today have come on solo home runs. 1 by Mayberry, 1 by Byrd, and it's an 8-2 ball game. Oh, with that home run and for John Mayberry's earlier in the ball game, 2 trees will be planted by the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society as part of Home Runs for Trees, a partnership between the Phils, PHS, and Aramark. Home Runs for Trees is part of a project to restore the region's tree coverage. For more information, visit phillies.com/redgoesgreen. There's Dominic Brown, who was hitless in 3 at-bats.
That ball Marlon Byrd just hit was loud.
It was loud. It sounded like a home run off the bat, but it is big out in the gaps here.
Hanging curveball, and he drove it to left center.
19 home runs, 55 runs batted in for Marlon. He's had a solid year. That ball went over 400 feet. I mean, that wound up going about 10 rows deep out in left center. That one's hit well too, out toward left center field. They're not going to get this one. Will it stay in the yard? It does for a moment. A ground rule double for Dominic Brown, his 13th double of the year. A base runner for the Phils, still nobody out, and John Mayberry will be the hitter.
Well, we were talking earlier about the pitching, getting it out of the way. See, Dominic Brown does a nice job right there, staying through the ball, driving at the left center. A couple weeks ago, he probably would have rolled over on that ball and hit the second base. But his timing's getting back, his confidence are getting back, and he drove that ball to left center.
13 doubles for Brown. He's hit in 5 straight. And now Mayberry, who's 1 for 3, he homered his first at bat. Off the end of the bat towards center, playable for Upton. One away. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire the opposition 1, 2, 3, which Kyle Kendrick did do in the first, which was one of your keys, Matt, or the key. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Next game, I think you're going to have to do first inning, second inning, and third, and then kind of take it from there.
I don't know. Maybe it's better that he gives up a run in the first inning. Seems like he settles down.
That's true. As she fouls it down the left field line, that'll be out of play. 0-1. Well, speaking of the next game and beyond, Cliff Lee will make his return tomorrow night. That's exciting. At Citizens Bank Park, as the Giants come to town, it'll be Vogelsong against Cliff Lee. Phillies will see Matt Cain, Madison Bumgarner, and Tim Hudson from the Giants. The game gets underway tomorrow, 7:05. Phillies pregame live at 6:30. 0-2 to Cody Ashe. And Ashe is struck out, so 2 away. 4 strikeouts today. There are 2 outs with a runner at second. 4 strikeouts for Ashe. The Phillies have been struck out 12 times. Coy Hill is 2 for 3. Hill stays alive. He whacks it foul. Just off the inside corner. It's 2-2. Well, Jerry Davis has been consistent with the strike zone. He has not wavered one bit this entire game. That pitch was close, but it looked like it was just off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Hill. And that's the ball game. Hill is down on strikes. Phillies struck out 13 times here this afternoon, and they lose the final game of this 3-game series 8-2. And quite frankly, it was one of the tougher games to watch if you're a Phillies fan. And there have been a lot of tough ones here in 2014, but this one was very tough to sit and watch. 8-2 the final score. Tommy La Stella had a big hit, a 3-run double. In fact, he had 2 doubles today. He finished 2 for 4, and he is our Chevrolet player of the game. Alex Wood got the victory. He's now 7-7. Kyle Kendrick suffered the loss. So the Braves take 2 of 3 from the Phils here this afternoon, or this weekend, I should say. They win it this afternoon, 8-2. We'll be back to wrap things up right after this.